Good morning, everybody. Has the meeting started?
Morning, I'm also asking.
Mr. Kungania, kindly tell us if the meeting is on.
Madam Mary, kindly, I would request you, are you able to give me the hosting rights? You are the host.
I'm not.
You are Mary Shano.
Really?
Yes, the hosting rights.
Oh, I can see.
Mary, you are a
Okay.
host without name.
Yeah, I've seen it.
She's a
I wonder
participant.
who made
She's
me the
one
host.
of the participants. Yeah. I was thrown out of the meeting, so the hosting.
Where do I go to make someone a host?
So, good morning, colleagues. How are you? My name is Lydia, for those who have forgotten or those who have come today. We are starting in the next maybe 10 minutes. We won't wait for a few of our colleagues. We can be able to call them. We are at 19. We are at actually -4. We are at 15 out of 56. So let us do not get discouraged. The best you can do is to help us call your other person who was here yesterday. Tell them we are on, we are beginning. So I shall come back here for us to say a word of prayer from who? Who is going to prepare? Who is going to pray for us? Merengo Nyagetende. Merengo Nyagetende, you will pray for us at that point. Yes, Merengo Nyagetende, you'll pray for us. Thank you. I'll come back in a few.
Hello.
So let me ask Asante Sana. Let me ask Merengo to give us to pray this morning. Merengo, if you can hear me, unmute yourself and pray.
Hello.
Hello, Merengo, go ahead.
Okay, let's have a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to gather for this online meeting. Grant us wisdom, unity, and understanding as we learn and share. Bless our facilitators throughout the meeting and make this session successful. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. This is our last day, third day, and we are hoping that we have learned a lot from when we started. Is there anybody I hope there is nobody today is their first day. We pray so. Even if it is your first day, do not feel intimidated, stick on, you will learn a lot. But we are praying that out of this meeting, we shall also have champions for KEMIs in your jurisdiction. Remember, we are taking you through so that you can become yourself, get the prerequisite skills. And number two, remember our objectives. The second one is that you can become an effective support for the school, for the schools in your jurisdiction when it comes to the systems and the processes of KEMIs. So we want to welcome each and every one of you. First of all, we want to thank you so much for being there. Now, I want us to do a recap, and I want you to go to the chat box right now. Right now, go to the chat box. There is a link. I want you to click on it and you answer that question. There is a link of Slido. There is something called Slido that has been sent there. So I want you to go there, open that link, and take the questions that are therein. We want to do, that is how we are. You just click on it. It is going to take you to Slido. So give us a few minutes. We set it up in a way that you can be able to open it. A few minutes, we'll set it up again and send it again. Just give us a few minutes.
Hello, is the meeting on?
The meeting is on, Benjamin. I've been talking for the last 15 minutes. Maybe you are the one who was not here. And I've said that we are doing, you go to the chat box, we are waiting to be instructed by Slido. We want to do a recap. Therefore, let us just hold on. I've said just give us a few minutes. We have prayed and all of us are here. Even as we wait, give us a few minutes. We set up something.
Okay, madam.
Okay, thank you. So I want someone to tell me what are the roles of, even as we wait for everything, I want someone to tell me what are the roles of the CDE in the process of school registration. What is the role of the CDE? Write in the chat box, or you can raise your hand. Let us remind ourselves, what is the role of the CDE? What is the role of the CDE? Mwalimu anauliza swali, wanafunzi wanajibu. So we can write in the chat box, or we can raise our hand. You raise your hand, you tell me, I tell you to open your, unmute. Who is, now that I have all your names, I will call you out. But I want somebody to tell me, approving schools. Thank you, Mongai. Another one. Approval of school registration. Asante, approval of school registration. Approval of school registration. Thank you, Mary. Which other one? Is there any other, just approval? What else? Then think about the roles of the CDE. From the minute he gets the application from the school, what is his other role? Before he gets to approval, what does he do? Assigning credentials to school, that is approval. Can we go to the slide now? There is a link there that I confirm compliance with standards. Go to the link. Go to the link. I think it's working now. Go to the link. Click on the link and let us see what comes out. Answer the questions that are in there. Get report from Sub-County Director of Education. Assigning Sub-County Director to work on particular schools, that is correct. Assigning the Sub-County, getting reports. What else? Tell me, continue telling me. Continue writing. Continue writing. What is the role of the CDE? Have we said everything? Assigning the Sub-County is the link. So use the link. Use the link, and I want some. Who is this? Send the link so that we want to get the skill of answering. Are you able to get to the link? If you can get to the link, show me thumbs up. If you're able to see the link and you can open it, show me by thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up if you can be able to do so. Hannington, thank you. Can you be able to open it and write in it? Can you be able to open it?
It's already done.
Oh, you've already done?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Hannington. So let us see how you're answering my questions. Maswali ya mwalimu. The link is there again. So we want to see the blackboard of how you're answering those questions. And it is about the role of the CDE, the role of the sub-county, and the role of the quality assurance officer. Receiving requests for registration, that's okay, Benjamin, thank you. I pray that you go to the link now. Well, now we have shifted gear. We want to use the link that is there. But also feel free to write in the chat what we want to remind ourselves, the role of the CDE, the role of the sub-county, and the role of the castle. So let us see this. What is the role of the CDE? Assigning sub-county to work on school registration in the sub-county, correct? Receiving application from schools, assign the sub-county, approve the schools that have registered. Actually, those three things that we have been told by that colleague, that one, receiving applications, assigning the work, receiving the reports, and approving. He's the one who sends the credentials to the school. Now, I want us to answer, yes, continue writing. What is the role of the CDE? That is where we are now. Receive applications from school, assign the sub-county, approve the schools that have registered. Thank you. We can see that all of us are remembering our roles. Assign the sub-county director to particular schools, approve registration, assign roles to sub-county director, approve registration. Anonymous, I can see that you understood the process of school registration. Now let us answer another question. What is the role of the sub-county director of education? What is the role of the sub-county director of education? What is the role of the sub-county director of education? I want you to type in and tell me, what is the role? What is your role? Because you are there as a sub-county director. What is the role of the sub-county director? So type, I give you 2 minutes to type in. What is the role of the sub-county director? Assign the CASO in the sub-county, that's correct. And I want you to go to the, if you can be able to click on the slide, it will be good. I would feel very nice. Assign the CASO to do school inspection, that is correct. Another one, the role of the sub-county director of education. The role of the sub-county director of education, I can see even in the chat box, assigning the CASO in the sub-county, that is correct. Supervises schools in the sub-county, processes and forwards school registration applications, coordinates inspections and quality assurance, implements policies, prepares and submits education reports and data. This is a very comprehensive person. Thank you. Receive schools to be assessed by the CDE, verifying the registration. Yes, the sub-county director of education's role 1, he gets assigned, he assigns the CASO to go and inspect, and he receives the report from the CASO and submits the same to the CDE. I've not someone saying submitting, there is the report, the inspection report to the CDE, which is a critical role, because the CDE cannot approve a school without the report from the sub-county director of education. And the sub-county director of education also makes recommendations. As the CASO is making the recommendation, even the sub-county director of education must make their own recommendations about the report that has been done by the CASO. So receive the report from the CASO and submit the same to submit the same to the CDE. And then verifying reports from the CASO and submit the report to the CDE, that's correct. Let's refresh, we see whether we have more. I'm waiting. Why are you not writing in the chat? We are 31. Only 5 people are answering. Why are the others? Assign the CASO, transmit the CASO's report to the CDE. Make recommendations, that's correct. Assign the CASO to do school inspection. Recommend the inspected schools for approval. That is correct. Do recommendations of schools assessed by the council. That is right. Recommend the CDE a school to be registered. Assign the CICASO and submit to CDE the report. That is correct. Receive schools to be assessed by the CDE, and that is extremely correct. That means we have actually known the role of the sub-county director of education. So you yourself as a sub-county director of education, when KEMI becomes live, you exactly know what you're supposed to be doing. You also know that you have a dashboard and you know how to navigate around that dashboard. So by the end of today, everybody here, the CASOs, the CDEs, and the sub-county CASOs must have known how to navigate around your dashboard, your personal dashboard, and how you're going to work around to making this process easy. Now let us go to the last role. What is the role of the sub-county CASO? What is the role of the sub-county CASO? What is the role of the sub-county CASO? I'm giving you 3 minutes to type. And ensure that you are participating. I want a participation of very many people. I do not want the 5 I'm seeing, I want more. And if you cannot do that, write in the chat. If you cannot work on the Slido, do not be left behind. The chat box is okay, write for me there. What are the roles of the sub-county CASO? Kazi yake ni gani in this process of KEMI? Schedule a date for school inspection. That is 1. Schedule a date for inspection. What else? The CASO has many things to do. What are those things that they're supposed to be doing? And the CASOs who are here, I hope you saw the dashboard of quality assurance and that you know you will be having a dashboard like that for your own sub-county. Receive schools to be assessed for registration from the sub-county director. That is correct. Schedule a date, inspects and makes a report on school assessed. That is correct. I'm looking at the chat box. Watu wale wanaogopa kuandika hapa. Why are you not writing in the chat box? Let me start calling you. You tell me where you are so that you'll work. Kathambi, my sister Kathambi, are you there? Have you answered? You know, you're always number 1. Let me encourage you this morning. So perform inspection of schools, prepare an inspection report, make recommendations, transmit inspection report to the sub-county. I like this answer. Let us see another one. Receive schools to be assessed, visit schools to assess them for registration, recommend a school for carry out the inspection. Yes, Jose Omondi, good. If you cannot write in the link, I want you to write in the chat box, but do not be silent. Silence in class is not permitted. Schedule a date for inspection, inspect the school, write the report, inspects and supervises schools to ensure compliance, monitors. Now I want more. Makes a report on the inspected, monitor curriculum implementation and teaching methods, advises teachers and school heads, evaluates learning, prepare inspection reports. Remember, I'm talking about on KEMI and on the process of school registration. Yes, we know that is the role of the CASO, but we want to know what is the role of the CASO as far as school registration on KEMI is concerned. Thank you very much. Asante sana. So inspection of schools for registration makes a report. I can see a number of us, and I hope that each one of us is getting refreshed this morning on their roles. And I think that brings us to the end of that recap, because plan for assessment, communicate to the HOI, that's true. Do a report of the school and submit the same to the sub-county director. I like that response. Plan for assessment, yeah, that is a good one. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you for reminding us all our roles, which is our major issue. Yes, let us continue a minute more. I want to come to the end of this particular activity so that we can move on to the next session. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sarah, for helping me in that particular session. So I want us to move to the next session. Remember, when you are using KEMIs, we have been talking about KEMIs being a role-based system where different people do different things. So right now we are going to be taken through the user management, user of KEMIs. How does the KEMIs platform work like at your jurisdiction? When you open the system and you log in, what are some of those things that you can be able to work with? What are the tools that you can be able to work with? How does it work? So today we are having two practical sessions. We have a practical session for user management, and it's the one I want to bring on board Dr. Salome Atich to take us through. After that, we are going to have reports. How do you derive reports from KEMIs? So do not move away. Stay put so that you can get all the requisite information that you require. Dr. Salome, karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our final day of training. I'm very excited that we're able to recap, and each one of us was able to identify the roles that we are supposed to play as field officers. That is very, very key, and that's the most important takeaway from this activity. So like it has been introduced, today I'll take you through two very short sessions. One is on user management. Allow me to just share my screen. Okay, I'll take you through this session on user management. And also shortly after that, we'll look at the reporting, the dashboard, what Lydia has just talked about on how does your dashboard look like. And I think yesterday we mentioned just briefly, as Justin was demonstrating, he said, this dashboard is for SED, it looks different from the other one. This dashboard is for the CD, this dashboard is for the principal, and so on. So we'll come to that later on. But first, I want us to look at the user management. I want us to go through the user management, the user management module. And you said that this platform, this system is role-based, so that depending on your role, you will be able to access the platform and perform that specific role. The head of institution can get to that system, and what they'll perform is a role that is related, or they can only access that which is related to their role. Similarly to the CD, the sub-county director, the quality assurance officer, the RD, the officers at the head office, and so on. I think we looked at that structure from the HOI all the way up. So each person has limited access depending on their roles. But again, we are saying you are the user at the county office. You cannot be the person performing all the tasks. The responsibility is yours, but you have officers that work under you. At the school level, the head of institution is a responsible officer, the one that gets the credentials, the one that is responsible for managing KEMIs at the school level according to the structure. But you understand, at the school level, we have the deputy, we have the heads of departments, we have people that perform specific roles even within the school. And similarly, also at the sub-county office, you may not be in a position, you have so many other roles to do all the work alone at the county and so on. So this module, therefore, is going to explain how you can delegate that responsibility to other officers within your jurisdiction, but then within your office, but then the responsibility remains with you. So this module enables the officers in charge to assign and delegate. Let's underline the word delegate. Remember, when you delegate, the responsibility still stops with you. It is not the officer that you have delegated roles to, but it stops with you. So it enables us to assign and delegate roles within the system. And those roles are, or the rights that you're going to assign these people you are delegating the roles are specific to what they are doing there. Remember, we said there are so many modules within the system, and each person performing a given role can only access that role that is assigned to them. They cannot access for the other person. So even as we assign rights, we are going to assign rights which are specific or they're tied to a given role. So the assigned roles are delegated functions, and the responsibility remains with the assigning officer. That is very key to note, because you cannot say it is not me who did it. You know, I'd given the ICT officer, you know, I'd assigned the officer in the office, or the, what we call it, the interns in the office. Remember, it stops with you. It remains with the assigning officer. And if you remember the structure, we said that is the structure. You have the HOI. We don't have the deputy there. We don't have the ICT teacher there with champion. We don't have the head of department. We have the HOI. We came to the sub-county office and we said we have the SCDE. Again, the officers there, we have not put them in the structure because we are saying responsibility has to remain with the assigning officer. So what is the importance of user? Why are we saying that we need to other people to assist us in this duty? We know it's a lot of work. There are many functions, and we have people that we have assigned to assist us with various functions within the office. So why is it important then to assign these roles, or why is it important to manage users within the system? I think even before we go there, why do you think it's important? What is the importance of managing users within the system? Let's go to the chat box and interact a little bit. Let us go to the chat box and then we interact a little bit. Let's see what is the importance of managing users. I've said in very few words why you need to delegate that role. But then I'm asking, why should we manage that process? Why is it important to manage that process of assigning people specific roles within the system? Let's go to the chat box and interact a little bit. And what we said here is that we are not just bringing the content to you, we are also bringing ICT skills. From the time we started, we have had interactive platforms. We have had the Mentimeter, we have just had the Slido, and so on. So even as you go on, it's not just about the content. Let's also learn to use some of these interactive platforms, some of these skills that we acquire, so that we can cascade it down our line. Thank you, Benjamin. You have said compliance with Data Protection Act. Thank you, Hannington. That is accountability purposes. Yes, because you are saying specific people, you know who is handling what, and therefore they become accountable. Beth, you have said to ensure accountability and responsibility in data being forwarded. Very good. Radambi, you have said ensures accountability. Yes, let's go on. Why should we manage users? We have said it is delegated function. It's a delegated responsibility to those officers that we work with. So why should we manage that process? To ensure accountability, to ensure responsibility, what else? What else? Why should we manage that process of delegating the roles to the people? Musila, you have said to enhance security of information, improve data accuracy, Radambi, for efficiency, that is from Peter Gakumo. You have Mary Shano, you have said to ensure accuracy and accountability. So that is really very key. That is very important that we manage that process. And they're saying, yes, you are delegating this, but the responsibility remains with you. Okay, so these are some of the ones you have mentioned. We are saying importance of user management. It provides secure role-based access for the stakeholders. Role-based because if you have, for example, somebody is handling quality assurance, somebody else is handling human resource, somebody else is handling something else. That person who is handling quality assurance issues within the system is given rights only to access that component within the system. That person who is handling the HR function will only access that. The other person handling accounts will only access that component. There's no way somebody who's handling curriculum will be given rights to access the accounts or the financial aspect within the system. So it is role-based, as we have said, that the access is role-based for the stakeholders. It allows, this user module allows administrators to create, to assign, and to manage user accounts. What does that mean? You create, and we're going to see practically how you'll be able to create these accounts, assign to specific people who are performing those roles, and then manage the accounts. What does managing the account mean? Remember, you are the overall, you are the person who is assigning the work. You should be able to access all of them. Assuming today you assign work to somebody handling the accounts, assuming it's at the school level, and you have the accountant, and then tomorrow they leave. And you have to be in a position, therefore, to manage that account by, for example, deactivating them so that you have a new person coming in. And you can change the roles because sometimes people are promoted, others are transferred, and so on. So managing the accounts remains your responsibility as the person that is in charge of that account. So even in your office, it allows you to create users, to create accounts for the various roles, to assign them roles, and also to manage those accounts. User management also allows monitoring, access. You talked about accountability. Most of you are talking about accountability and so on. So monitoring access through the logging ins and also the reports that are generated. So you know who has accessed the system. The beauty with the ICT is that you leave footprints when you get in there and somebody can trace and see who did what. So it allows for monitoring through the logs and also the reports. You also mentioned about integrity. I think when we were just discussing a short while ago, and it safeguards data integrity and ensures quality of service. Role-based, you cannot access and get into another docket that is not yours. So, and being responsible, you'll know that I'm the only one who is handling this, and therefore you'll be the one to be questioned. There's no way that somebody will say, I don't know who did that, because you assigned that person a specific responsibility, and therefore they are the ones who are responsible, and they are the ones to be asked to be accountable for that role within the system, and it ensures quality of service. I want you to look at this role, user management, or the delegation of roles. For example, like you're the one in charge of a house. Within that house, there are various rooms. So you have the main key to enter the main house, but now there are several rooms. There's a room there for quality assurance. There's a room there for curriculum and academic issues. There's a room there for all those modules we are talking about. So when you are managing these users, you're giving somebody the key to a specific room. So there's no way they'll open another room that is not theirs. So you are the overall person, and therefore you are the one in charge overally of all the rooms within that house, and you have the main key to enter the house. So it also enhances accountability. I think we have mentioned that, and it supports compliance. And somebody mentioned this. I can't remember the name, but you talked about Data Protection Act, compliance with to the Data Protection Act and other policies. So it supports compliance with governance and data protection policies. So we are saying here that user management is about delegating roles and assigning specific rights. to the officers that you have assigned those roles, that they can be able to access the system. So again, we say this is a practical session, and we are going to take you through that process of creating users and how to manage them within the system. And this is a flow. Just before I call my colleague from the ICT to take us through that practical aspect, let's go through this flow chart that explains the user management, the creation of accounts, and also assigning roles to the officers that have the delegated responsibility. So the first thing, as usual, like we said, you're already familiar with the browser. So you open the browser and you input the provided KEMI's URL. In this case, we are using the one for training. But once we launch the KEMI's, then you're going to have the actual now URL that we are going to use. So on the landing page, which we are now familiar with, we'll go to the logging in button. Right now, we know where it is. On the right-hand side corner at the top, you will find the logging in, and you log in using the provided credentials. Remember yesterday, we went through the entire process. We said if it's an institution, the principal will receive the first email, they'll receive the second email, they'll receive the third one that will give you the credentials. If you are the CD, if you are the course castle and so on, you will have the credentials for logging in. So you log into the system with the provided credentials. And once you have done that, then you navigate into the registration menu, which we now know is on the left-hand side. So you navigate there and you select user registration. You don't worry about that. We're going to do it practically in a short while. And then on the user registration, a screen will come, you select the user role. Remember, this is assigning roles, creating accounts for the people that you want to assign specific roles to access the system. And then once you do that, then a form will come up, and then you select the role that you are assigning, and then you fill the details of that person. And once you have filled the details of that person, you'll have created that user in the system. So you save the details, and email and credentials will then be sent to the user. You have created a user role, and you're using the actual details and the email of that person. Maybe this person is going to be dealing with curriculum and academic issues in the system. So you highlight that role. Maybe that person is an admin. Maybe that person is a HR person, or any other role. Then the credentials will be sent to their email, and they'll be able now to log in. And the moment they log in, it is like you have handed them the key to that small room within the house. So they'll only open that small room within the section. If it is quality assurance, they'll only access that. They cannot access the accounts. They cannot access the other modules within the system. And you'll do that for all the functions that will be done within your area. If it's in the school, you have that person handling academics, you have that person handling for curriculum activity, there's that person who is handling the IBQA within the school, and so on. So you give them specific credentials, or the credentials will only take them to their specific role. And that's why we are saying it is role-based. Each person will only have credentials or the credentials that will take them to the system, and will only open a small area of the operation. And you can remember also we said, even the credential that you get as the SCD, it will take you to a different dashboard. Your functions are limited to your role. As the CD, it is limited to your role. As a super admin, for example, at the head office, they'll be able to see almost the entire system and so on. So just that in a nutshell is managing the users within the system. But what you want to do now is I'll hand you over to my colleague so that we go through that an activity, a practical activity that is designed to guide you to successfully create user accounts and then assign specific roles within the KEMIs so that now you'll be able to do that even at your level, and you'll also be able to guide the HOIs when they come to you to ask, I want to create an account for the bazaar or the accounts clerk. How do I do this? So one is for your own use, and secondly, so that you can be able to support the heads of institutions as they come for assistance once the system is launched. So allow me to call upon Justin to take us through the live demonstration on what I have just explained. Karibu, Justin.
Okay, thank you, Dr. So good morning, everyone. I hope you are all well. So I'll just share my screen, then we'll be able to see how we can create roles, and also from your institutions, you can be able to, from the institution that we created yesterday, you can be able to try and delegate some of the responsibilities. So remember, as we had mentioned yesterday, the principal or the HOI will be having a lot of activity, despite having to navigate in the system. Probably there are some engagements they can also involve themselves in. So we might not expect the principal to perform each and every activity in the system. Similarly to our offices, there might reach a point where we might need to delegate a responsibility to someone else, of course, with our supervision, and ensure that we quickly complete the required processes. And so, as it was in the previous systems, you could realize in such situations, maybe the principal could give the login credentials to another, maybe ICT teacher. Then that ICT teacher can help in maybe data entry. But when we in this KEMI system, we're working in ensuring that security is also well considered in such a way that we don't allow the principal to share the credentials with any other person. So the credentials are private, and each and every user of the system will be having their own credentials. So instead of giving someone else the credentials to act on your behalf, you can create an account for that user, and they will only be able to access a particular module or a particular functionality. So I'll do a demo while using an institution so that I can show you how institutions are able to add users. So hope you can see my screen. So this is one of the institutions that we had created initially, and I'd like to create a user. So just allow me to get an email. So remember, things that we need to remember while creating a user. One, different users within the system have different roles. So for instance, for an institution, there's a role for an ICT support teacher or an ICT champion in an institution who can help maybe the principal in matters concerning performing some of the small activity that might need the ICT knowledge. And so what I'm sharing right now is the dashboard. Yesterday we had added a learner and later transferred the learner. So under registration, there's an option on user registration. I think if you're able to log into institutions, you'll be able also to see this. When you navigate to the registration, there's an option on user registration. So when you select user registration, so basically a user in regards to systems is any person who can access the system and to perform a particular activity. So be it to navigate and complete a given function, that is a user. So we are treating each and every person using the system as a user. So under registration, that's why we have user registration, and it's separate from learner admissions. So on user registration, we have a drop down where you need to select the role. So for institutions, you can see we have different roles. We have roles for deputy principal, a teacher, an ICT support, and an admin. So to mention, the reason why we are delegating these roles is also for monitoring purposes. For instance, if I delegate a role to an ICT support, then I'll be able to see some of the activities that the ICT support person can do within the system. For instance, if an ICT support is responsible for data entry, I'll be able to get some reports, and we call them also audit trails, to just see which activity has been going on within the system. And so by doing such, everyone becomes accountable for their actions when they're using the system. So we won't have situations where a learner is missing in the system, maybe because the learner was deleted, and you are not able to track and see who exactly did that, was able to do that function. So the system will be able to show us exactly those activities, and we can be able to know who did what and at what time. And also this can help in matters of monitoring in the system. So on clicking ICT support, I'll click add new ICT support. Then just a minute, I generate an email. So when I click add, when I click add the ICT support, the system will show me a page where I'm supposed to fill the details for that user. So probably I'll have a user by the name Amos Kimani. Then I'll enter the phone number details for that user, because remember, in case of anything, you can always contact that user. So the phone number is, or rather the contact details is really important. As at now also, within the system, wherever you see an asterisk, that means there's a mandatory field. So we also have an option to select the county, although this is an optional field when it comes to the institution level users. However, at the super admin level, or at the Ministry of Education headquarters level, this is how they also create some of the CDEs, some of the SCDEs. But then for them, they have to select the exact county and the sub-county. So at the headquarters level, they have options to create officers to operate the system. And that's why once an officer is created, the email that has been entered will receive a notification that they have been added as a user in the system. So I'll enter an email address. So I'll enter this email. Then date of birth is also an optional, but this just can come in terms of tracking and understanding how different users are able to perform different roles. So remember, the system also validates when you select a date or a time which is not relevant, then the system will automatically send you a prompt, send a notification. You won't be able to proceed to the next step until you have completed that. So I'll select the date of birth, then the gender, then also this upload signature is an optional field. Then I'll click save. So remember, this is being done at an institution level. So I'm creating an ICT support user. So user details successfully added. And when I go to the ICT support, you can see this user has been created. So let me share my entire screen just to show you exactly the email that this user has received. And when you check to the email, we have a KEMI sign up email. So the email says, Dear Amos Kimani, your account has been created successfully in the KEMI system. Please use the credentials below to log in. So the system auto-generates the credentials that can be used by a user. So this is a user that has been delegated the role of ICT support. So this email also comes with the URL, because considering maybe you are creating a user, someone who has not interacted much, or rather who doesn't know the exact URL, then he or she can be able to find the URL in the same email. So when I click on the URL, I'll be redirected to the training page. And then when I enter, sorry, let me just copy it. So I'll just copy the email. Still loading. We'll just give it some few seconds. Yeah. So I'll copy the email and also copy the password. So again, this is a system generated password. So it's not secure as it should be. So once this user logs in, the first thing, every time a user logs into the system with a system generated password, the system will automatically prompt them to change their password. So I'll just change the password for this user, of course, ensuring that the password meets the expected requirements. Then once that is done, I'll click update. Then now I'll log in, copy the username, and then copy the password. Sorry. Now here I'll be using the new password, not the old password. So I'll enter the new password that I had changed to. And as you can see, right now, this is what I'm able to get. So currently, the system is showing us very few options. This is because we haven't given much roles to that user. So I'll just log in as an account of a super admin that has been given the responsibilities. So I'll log in as an account for the ICT support that has been given the responsibilities of the ICT support role. So let me just enter the email. So that is for this user. Maybe as we proceed, I can also mention that whenever this user, maybe if it's an ICT support teacher, happens to maybe transfer to a new institution, you as the main creator of that user, you'll be able to edit the status of the user. So you can always edit the status, and I can change the status to inactive. The moment I change the status, then that user won't be able to log in. until I activate back the status. So, okay, what you're able to see right now is a dashboard for an ICT support teacher or an ICT champion. So basically, it's when you look at it and look at the school admin or the principal's dashboard, you realize there's a difference. Because for this, it only focuses on a specific delegated role, which is majorly learner admission. So they're able just to help the principal in performing learner admissions, which they can only admit a learner. You realize they don't have the option to add another user. They don't have the other responsibilities. So this is the dashboard for the ICT support. And whenever they add a user, it will also reflect on the HOI's dashboard. So the HOI can also monitor and see a user, a learner has been added. And as you can see, right now there are 0 learners because in our institution we didn't have. Let me just log in. In our institution, we didn't have any learner. So that is all when it comes to user management. So basically, you are able to create different users. And it's not only about the ICT support. This HOI can also create different users, including the deputy principal, the teacher, all of these. Once they create, those users will receive the credentials, and then they are able to log in and access only the things that they are required to access, and not the entire menus. So this also extends to our roles as administrators. But as the system also is being improved, more roles and responsibilities will be assigned to the people who we can maybe delegate some responsibilities to. But as at now, when you log in as a CDE, this functionality is not activated, because first we want the CDE to have and the SCDE and the CASO to first have a full understanding of the system, so that even once you have to delegate any role in the future, then at least you'll have the background of who does what and how you're able to manage the different users within the system. So that is all for user management and how you are able to add a user, change the status of the user, and always manage that user. So I hope that is clear. Maybe you can also try in your institutions, log in with the schools that you had yesterday. Try, go under registration, user registration, then add a user. You can also respond on the chat. If you are able to add a user, you can respond on the chat and let us know if it's possible for you to add a user who can log into the system and access the system. So remember, if you add a user like an admin or an ICT support and realize their dashboard is blank, that is because we have not activated fully their roles and responsibilities as of now. So once we activate that on the system, they will be able to see the dashboards and the details that are supposed to see. But as of now, majority of them, I think apart from the admin, majority of them are having their dashboards blank, those users. Okay, let me hand over back to Daktari.
Thank you so much, Justin, for taking us through that session. Can we appreciate Justin? Let's go to the react button, and then we give him some accolades for taking us through that practical session very ably. Thank you so much. All right, so that is basically user management within the system, and you have seen that it is possible to create the users. And he has said, as we go on, we say this is still in the development stage, and more modules are going to be onboarded, and more roles definitely are going to be there in the process. We just want, before we go on, we want one of you to share your screen. We guide you through that process as the others are doing in the background, so that we are sure that we have understood the process of user management within the system. So any one of us who has a laptop, kindly share your screen, and you must be having a school, definitely, so that we use that school for assigning a role, so that you take us through. We'll guide you through as the others are doing in the background. If you're able to do it together, then we can be assured that you have understood that process, and you've said this will apply to you as well as your supervisory role on the school when they come for guidance. So it is important that we all get to understand that process. Let's have somebody share their screen. You can raise up your hand, or you can just go ahead and start sharing your screen so that we can go through that process together. Let's stop sharing. Mongai, would you want to share your screen? Mongai Kinudia. Any one of us, so that we go over that process just once more, before we look at how to generate the reports. Any one of us, Mongai, there's Gadambi, Mugambi, Benson Omondi, Rose Daisy, any one of us?
Unfortunately, today I'm using my phone.
Later on. Somebody else?
Rose is also using her phone.
I can share.
Rose, I can see you have unmuted. Kindly share your screen. Rose Daisy.
I'm using my phone, not a laptop, kindly.
Okay. Rose
I can
is
try,
using
Daktari.
a phone. Yes, Andrew. Kindly go ahead. Andrew Maweu. Andrew, you unmute so that you can take us through. Yes. Unmute, you are now our teacher.
Okay, I've unmuted.
Maweo, you'll be guided by Justin on how to do it. You had actually shared, but it has disappeared. Can you? Yes.
Is it visible now?
It's visible. Let Justin guide you on where to go from.
I'm here.
Okay, so on the left menu, see where we have the dashboard menu search. Just scroll down. Registration.
There.
Take your cursor towards the then user registration. Then click the drop down. Yeah. Maybe we can add an admin. Just click admin. Then yes. I see already in institution there was an admin. Okay, just click the admin. Let's use a different role.
I click this one?
Yeah, click a role like a deputy principal.
All right.
Then click add new deputy principal.
This one?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then now here we'll be required to fill this form and ensure you, I don't know if you have another email that we can use so that those credentials will be sent to that email. So just enter a random username for a user and the password. Yeah.
Mm. You said this one is optional?
Then click save. You don't have to upload that.
Okay, this one.
Now check on the email.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Hapa hivi tunakuja tukasema perimeter is equals to 3 all over 4 times pi times d, si ndio? Plus 3.5 plus 3.5, si ndio? Tukakuja tukasema perimeter is equals to 3 all over 4 times 22 all over 7 times 7. Hiyo 7 tumetoa hapa, ukichukua hii umechukua
So.
Have you checked on the email, Andrew? Check on the email.
Yeah. Try to access it. It looks like I used yahoo.com.
So you're not able to access. Remember, you need to use an email that you can actually access because the credential has been sent to the email.
Yeah, looks. Yeah, unless I use the one I'm logged in with now, the Gmail.
I think,
Can
Andrew, the beauty is that you have been able to follow the process to the end, and you have actually created a user. What we just wanted to see is the email that was sent to the user, but the process is complete. And I want to believe, as you're doing it here, the others were doing it in the background. So maybe somebody who has successfully done it can show us the email that they have received after assigning the role. Remember, we are saying use a different email because now that email is for that person you're creating. You cannot use the same for the school, and I mean the one that you're using as the principal, and then the one you're creating the account for. You must use a different functional email. Hannington, would you want to share yours? Unmute
Yes,
Hannington.
I've already done it.
You have done it. Can you share your screen? You can pull yours down, Andrew. Thank you.
Okay.
Hannington, you can share your screen. And as we are demonstrating with one or two, we are saying the others just practice it in the background because you cannot all be able to demonstrate. Go ahead, Hannington, unmute and take us through. Tell us which account you created.
It is here. I've created my account for the ICT support. Are you able to see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah.
We are able to see it, Hannington.
So these are the credentials for my ICT support person.
Yes, I'm sure the others are able to see. It is saying your account has been created successfully on KEMI's ERP system. Please use the credentials below to log in. So that is now the credentials for your ICT support person, and you can create for other users. And I want to believe other people also are following it in the background. So can we appreciate Andrew and Hannington for that demonstration? Kindly let's go to the react button, and we appreciate the two gentlemen for taking us through that process of adding another user into the system. Thank you very much. So you'll be able to do that, and this is actually what the principal will do as I assign roles to the various people within the school that are going to perform assigned roles. Okay, so I think we've been able to do that successfully. All right. Do you have another person do we have another person who wants to demonstrate that process? We have seen Andrew has done it successfully. Hannington has done it successfully. Let's have a lady demonstrate. Let's have a lady demonstrate for us that process. Remember, even if you have done an ICT officer, you can always assign another role. Let's have somebody else. Miriam, would you want to try? Miriam Madeka.
Unfortunately, I'm using a phone. I may not be in a position to do that.
Okay, Miriam, you're using a phone. Let's see another lady. Any lady who wants to try? Want to be gender sensitive? Mary Shano, what did you say? Did you say you're using a phone? Mary Shano? Mary, unmute and talk to us. All right, let's have Bennett Walema. Bennett, kindly share your screen. We see what you're able to do. Unmute.
I'm sorry I've come in late, so I'm just learning. I'm learning what others are doing.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah. Okay. We'll guide you through, but no problem. I am on the ladies because two gentlemen have demonstrated successfully. Benta Award, unmute. Okay, we can't get Benta. Aliet. Aliet, you have been active, so kindly unmute and then talk to us.
Yes, I'm using a phone, but I followed keenly and gotten the process.
Have you been able to do it from your end? You know, even if you're using a phone, you may not be able to share, but have you been able to do the process to the end?
I've tried to open my URL, but it refused to load.
Okay. But had you registered an institution?
Yes, I'd registered the 3 emails. I was at the
And you had
point of
also uploaded, had you added learners?
I'd registered to the 3rd email. And that's where I stopped yesterday.
Okay, try and add learners, try and transfer learners following the process that we discussed yesterday. And then
yes.
If you have followed the process from this morning, you can also try and assign roles. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
So any other person, whether it's a lady or a man, and you may want to just show us what you have done in terms of user management, assigning roles, you can go ahead and share your screen. So as we wait for somebody to do that, I think basically what we have said in a nutshell is that user management helps us to assign roles to other officers that can assist us in the various roles that we perform. In the school setup, we have various roles. We have the deputy who will be handling maybe issues of discipline and so on. We have the academic, the dean of studies, who will be handling the aspects of curriculum implementation, timetabling, and so on. So they'd be assigned specific roles that are related to that. We have co-curricular activities within the school. So there'll be maybe somebody else will be handling that. So you assign roles depending on, you assign rights to access the system depending on the roles that you're playing. We also are going towards the IBQA, the quality assurance in schools, and there'll be somebody in charge of that. And we have said some of the modules that are yet to be launched or that are yet to be put into the system include the quality assurance, includes the curriculum, includes even SNE. So if there's an SNE person in charge in the school, then again, they'll be given roles that are related to that function. So distribution of roles is very, very important, and it helps us in monitoring. It helps the institutional head in monitoring and checking who is doing what, who has not done what he's supposed to do, who has, if there's a mess, they can be able to trace who was doing that work and so on. And this is very, very important because we are saying at the end of the day, the buck stops with you. The head of institution, the buck stops with you. Head of the sub-county, the buck stops with you. Head of the county, and so on, even if you delegated some of the functions. And you look at it this way, it's like an umbrella. The person who is at the top is able to access the entire system. As you come down, it becomes narrower, 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 until you reach the school that is the narrowest in terms of the jurisdiction or what they're able to see within the system. And when we come back, we are going to look at the reporting and we are going to look at those dashboards. So that the dashboard of the super admin is the biggest. They're able to access all the areas. They're able to see all the CDs, what they are doing, all the regions, what they are doing. The region will be able to see what all the counties are doing. The county is able to see all the sub-counties, and the sub-county will not be able to see the county, but will be able to see what is under them. And the school will be able to see what is within the school and the roles that they have assigned to the various heads of departments and the officers within the school. So it is like a pyramid. From up, your jurisdiction is larger. As you come down, it becomes narrower, and the roles also become narrower, and also the access rights within the system narrow as you come down and widen as you go up that pyramid. So there's nobody else who wants to demonstrate. I want to believe we are somewhere when it comes to user roles. And most importantly, we said as much as possible, we want to have the heads of institutions open at this point, emails for the school, get contacts for the school. When the system is launched, we don't want them to use their individual emails for the purposes of continuity. If they are transferred, the school email remains. The school contact remains. So they don't use their personal emails, but they use the one for the school and so on. So I think at this point, we'll stop there. And if you have any questions, you can go to the chat box and tell us and ask your question. Otherwise, we'll take a break and then come back to look at the report. Let's have a few minutes so that you give us your reactions on the chat or any questions that you may have. All right, so I'm looking at the chat box and there are no questions. I was giving you an opportunity to ask any questions regarding the user management module. So if there is no question, then we'll take a break and come back 11:15, because now it is it's about 10:15. So we'll come back 11:15 after the break, then we shall continue from there. So I want to wish you well as you take the health break. Let's come back 11:15. Let's appreciate all of us for that wonderful session and interaction. Jipigie tu makofi peke yako. All right, that is for you, your own flowers you're giving yourself for being active and sitting through that session. Like we have said, the next session is reporting. And remember, this is how we are going to consume the data that will be generated in the system. This is very important because when you get a report, that is what you're going to use to make a decision. So make sure you're in here so that you understand how to generate a report that then you'll use for planning, you'll use for making a decision, you'll use for various functions that you do within your jurisdiction. So it is very important that we go for the break and come back very quickly. By 11:15, we shall start the generation of the chart. We have the evaluation form. Kindly click on it and do the evaluation. facilitator evaluation. So just go there and click. We have the link that has been shared. Fill the facilitator evaluation form. It is there on the chat box, even as you take a break. So see you at 1:45.
We are back. We are back. Okay, so we are back. I want everyone to come back. I'm giving you 3 minutes. I'm seeing 23 people. Where is everyone? Thank you, Beth. I want to see whether others are there. If you can hear me, salimie, niambie unanisikia. Who else can hear me apart from Beth? I want to see others. Kathambi, asante. Thank you,
I can hear you,
Mungai.
Lydia.
Thank you, Alema. How are you? Good. Loud and clear. Asanteni. So we want to get to the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aliet. Asante. So we want to get to the next session. And the next session will be marking almost our second last thing to do. Or the second, we're almost about to be over with this training. However, let us get into the session of reporting. How do you derive reports from KEMIs? Many a times you have felt like you have been turned into a data collecting officer. Every time someone is asking about data, you have to call schools, you have to do the other. But right now, KEMIs has come to make it easy for you to go into the system and retrieve the data you want or look at the data you want. So it is very important for all of us in our capacities, all of us here. There's no one who does not interact with data. There's no one who does not interact with reporting. Whether you're reporting the number of schools, you're reporting the number of learners, teaching and learning materials in your jurisdiction, you have a lot of reporting to do. And how to derive those reports is what you're going to be taken through by two of us, that is Dr. Atich and also Elvis on the side of the system. So be ready to learn and also to know how to derive the data itself. So we have a practical, so be ready for it. Thank you. Karibu, Dr. Salama.
Thank you. Thank you, Lydia, for that introduction to our next session. Earlier on, we're looking at user management, and now we want to look at the reporting. All right, now we want to look at the reporting dashboard, and like Lydia has just introduced it, we are saying, how do we consume the data which is in KEMIs? It is by generating reports that will then help us in making decisions, that will help us in planning, that will help us in budgeting, that will help us in solving the problems that we may be facing, because a report can be consumed in many different ways. So we want to look at the various dashboards that are available to us, but most importantly, how we can generate a report that can then be used to make decisions, that can then be used for other purposes within the system. And even before we go here, we said we have various dashboards and we have access that is tied to the role. So your dashboard is going to be different depending on your role. As the super admin at the head office, they'll be able to have a more elaborate dashboard that has many functions because their area of supervision is wider. As you come down to the region, again, the region will be having a dashboard that is able to supervise all the counties, to come down to the county, all the sub-counties, and so on. So it is role-based, and the dashboards are different because you only access the platform depending on the role that you are playing within the system. So the KEMI's reporting dashboard enables stakeholders to identify performance gaps and emerging trends, because that information that you get there can be able to tell you, assuming you are the head of institution over school, and as you access the dashboard of the HOI, you are able to access and see how many learners left the school, because you'll see the transfers which are there, or how many learners came into the school, how many learners do we have, so that now you are able to plan for them. How many learning materials do we need? And if learners move from the school, what does that tell you? And what should you need to do so that you stop maybe the exodus of learners from that school? That is just an example of how you can use the emerging trends to make a decision by looking at what you have and what does it mean. Interpretation of those reports is what will help us in making the decisions within the platform. It also facilitates data-driven decisions that improve the entire education sector. We have said this is a robust system that encompasses the entire education sector, all the state departments, and also government ministries and departments that are also that also rely on education, or that we rely on. For example, the Ministry of Health. We have the ministry that deals with the registration of persons. We have the ministry that deals with the National Bureau of Statistics. We have COOPs, for example, and so on. So what we are saying is that it facilitates data-driven decisions that improves the entire education sector, because we can get the data, and data is wealth, and that data can be used to generate reports which can then inform the decisions which are made within the education sector. So this KEMI's dashboard, we are saying, enables stakeholders to identify gaps and emerging trends, facilitates data-driven decisions that will improve the entire system. So as we go through this session of reporting, what is our expectation? We expect that this session will equip us, the officers, with the skills to access different types of reports. Remember, I have said, for now, we may not be able to have so many of those modules on board, because out of the over 10, we have like 4 of them that are there. So once we have everything on board, then the number of reports that will be generated will be very many as well. But the skills we are going to take, as we take you through this, all you'll need to do is acquire the skill to access a report. When the others come in, you already have the skill to access the reports, even for the other modules that may not be here right now. So ours is to guide you. If you need a report, this is where you go. If you need to monitor the session of learners, this is where you go. If you need this and that, this is where you go. So once you have that skill, then any other module that is onboarded later on, you'll be able to access the various types of reports that you'll need in your decision making. So I want us to look at this activity, discuss the importance of KEMI's dashboard in supporting your supervisory roles. We know we perform supervisory roles on our institutions or on the sub-counties that we supervise under our jurisdiction and so on. So what is the importance of KEMI's dashboard in supporting the role that you perform? What do you think is the importance of this dashboard in supporting your supervisory roles? And again, I want us to use an interactive activity once again on answering this question. I want to invite my colleague, Sarah, to guide us through that activity 4.1. That is, discuss the importance of KEMI's dashboard in supporting your supervisory roles. All right, Sarah, you can come in and get us through.
Good morning. I've shared a link in the chat box. Kindly click on the link so that you can answer the question. Then I'll share my screen shortly so that we can see the answers that you've given.
So the question is, discuss the importance of KEMI's dashboard in supporting your supervisory roles. And remember, you are performing various roles in here we have a CASO, in here we have a CD, in here we have auditor, in here we have the various roles. So even as you respond, indicate there, CD, this is how chemists will support me. CASO, this is how chemists will support me. And the various roles, all the people that are in here, just indicate how chemist is going to support your supervisory roles. So indicate who you are first, or what is your responsibility, and then indicate the importance of chemists in supporting your specific role as a SCD, as a CD, as the CASO, as the auditor, as any other role that you are playing. So just give you a few minutes, then we shall share that on the screen. We have a link that has been shared by Sarah on the chat box. Click on it, it's a Padlet. And then you write there SCD, ABCD, CD, ABCD, like that, so that they are tied to a specific role. Our answers will be tied to the roles that we perform. James, I can see you've shared it on the chat box. We can click on the link because we said part of the learning that we are doing here is also being able to utilize some of these interactive platforms. So it is good you have shared it on the chat box, but can also click on the link and then you answer it on that link, which is a Padlet, as a way of also using or improving our ICT skills. Mongai, you're saying the link requires an additional app. Just click on it. It does not require anything in addition. When you click, it takes you direct there, and then you just go ahead and type. And you shall be able to see on our end. Shortly, we are going to share what you people are writing. But before that, just take a few minutes and click on that link and answer the question. And I've said, let that answer be tied to the role. SCD and the role, how you think chemist is going to support your supervisory role, CD, CASO, and so on. So let's try and use, try it again, Mongai. Try clicking on that link that Sarah has shared. It should take you direct there. No. Oh, okay. Okay. Wambie where to say.
Once you click on the link, there's a plus sign on the bottom right of your screen. Click on it so that you're able now to write something.
Mongai, I hope you're able to do it now. Once you land there, you see a plus sign. Tap on it, and then it will give you a place to type. All right, we can see a few people have been able to access the Padlet and they have written their answers. Let's have some more people. But also, if you find a challenge, there's no harm. Just go to the chat box and give your answer there. We shall also share what is on the chat box. So no problem, because I can see Mary Shano, you have said, I'm not getting a place to type. You said once you click on that link, it will take you to a page. And when there's a plus sign somewhere, when you click on it, it will give you a place where you can type. Nonetheless, just go to the chat box where you are and write your answer there. There's no problem because you're going to share all these answers. All right, I think we are going to share shortly. You can see there are people who are trying to type. Let's give you time. Just continue typing on either on the Padlet or on the chat box, whichever you find convenient for you. We are over 20, and I can see very few people who have utilized the Padlet. But let us share. Let's share and see what people have. Your interaction, I can see From the chat box, we have interrogating with available informed action. So that form will provide a place or an opportunity to interrogate available data and so that you can make an informed decision. Mary Shano has, not Mary, there's Benta, or who has said it will help in giving accurate data, first-hand information, no more delays. Yes, remember sometimes we send you templates and it takes time. You're pushing the heads of institutions to fill the data. It is self-reported data. It may not be very easy to verify that data yet. You are held responsible for authenticating that data or for forwarding that data yet. It was self-reported data and so on. Also, Benta, you have talked about integrity. At its best, it helps with aspects of integrity and so on. Let's see what others have said on the Padlet. Here we have right. What we did tell you is that you can actually name like artistic queen, like unique badger and so on. But Andrew, you were able to rename yours. So Sub-County Director of Education says it gives real-time opportunities to track performance of tasks given, e.g. data input by the heads of institutions. Equally, it helps in planning for supportive responses to HOIs and other users under your supervision. That is very good. Somebody else has said it enables the SCD to see whether the CICASO has undertaken the assigned role and any other roles which have been assigned there. That is also very good. We have not seen any response from the CD because another SCD is saying it enables the SCD to see to monitor school admissions, school inspected and reports. Okay. And then we also have somebody else, Beth Minor, scroll, let's see what Beth has said. Beth Minor has said, we'll see what has been done, what needs to be done, see whether tasks given have been done. That is good. We have Navas, somebody, I think you didn't rename. It enables timely delivery and reporting of institutional compliance and registration. Can scroll a little bit up. The other ones, yeah. Andrew, you have given us your response. At least you are able to rename yourself. And Andrew has said that as a CASO, it enables real-time authentication of data from institutions, real time. Remember, the head of institution is entering data and you're able to see it on your end. You're able to act also on your end. That is real time. Provides a platform to aggregate information or data from multiple sources or multiple institutions. Yes. Provides data, a data bank of assessment reports of the institutions. That is also very true. And then we have another sub-county director who has said, interrogate with available data to make an informed decision and so on. And many others. Okay, let me see on the chat. Mary Shana, you have said, enables SED to identify schools needing urgent support, enables communication and also coordination. Yes, I think those are some of the responses. Those are some of the responses that you can see that this platform will help you in your supervisory roles. Okay, let me share back the screen. Yeah, so that was the importance of KEMI's dashboard in supporting. Unfortunately, none of the CDs has told us how it will support them. But remember, we perform the same function at different levels, so it applies across the board. Okay, so this is some of the importance of the KEMI dashboard. One is evidence-based decision making, and that one you have captured it. You have told us that it will help you get information that will help in decision making. Remember, we play oversight, we play monitoring roles, of our institutions, and we are saying it will help in monitoring. Remember, they are doing it, and somebody mentioned real time. They are entering data at the school level. They are, and you're able to monitor the activities which are going on under your jurisdiction, under the umbrella of your jurisdiction. Also, institutional oversight at the field level, at your level, at the sub-county level, you're able to oversight what is going on. And that is the reason why we are saying we are taking you through the processes that are going to be undertaken by the HOI. We are taking you through the processes that you're going to do yourself as a field officer for the purpose of oversight. Because if you don't know what they're doing, then it will be very difficult to know is another important leadership that officers had complained. Another I think shortly there was an interruption. All right, sorry about that. So we were talking about oversighting at the school level, and then real-time reporting is what I was trying to explain, that you will now move away from being data clerks, all of us, and asking every now and then for self-reporting from the field, sending templates and so on, because you'll be able to access the system and get the reports and get the data that is needed, because everybody is going to be on this platform. The heads of institutions will be there. And we have seen that even the data that is in there is not just self-reported, because several officers are involved in authenticating that data. So at the end of the day, it will have passed several checks and balances for it to be accurate. And that accurate data is what is going to be used in making decisions even at the higher levels or at the head office. And not any report can be used to make a decision. It has to be a good report. So what is it that this report should have? How should the report be for it to be used to make informed decisions, for it to be used to make policies, for it to be used for planning, for it to be used for all those functions? We are saying a report will be used for the various levels. These characteristics of a good report. This one will just go to the interactive chat box and let us write there. One, I'll start you off. A report has to be accurate. What else should a report be? What other characteristic should a good report have? So I've said one is accurate. What are the others? Let us changamke hapo kwa chat box. Yes, verifiable. That is from Huntington. Mercy, thank you. That is one. Let us go on and add more. I've said this accurate. Somebody has said it has to be verifiable. Mungai, you have said it has to be factual. Okay. Reliable and informative from Musila. Timely from Elliot, because it has to be time bound. You cannot be providing data for last year to be used to make a decision for this year. Should be based on accurate data. Andrew Maweu. Let's go on. What else should a good report have? To be responsive to the data required. Okay, responsive, should be valid and relevant from Ryuki. The other one was from Nzinga, John. Let's have some more responses on the chat box. a good report should be current. Should be current, that is, should be timely, that is from SILA. It has to be time bound, should be current. Which other one? We have said from Gadambi, you have talked of should be clear and simple language so that it's easy to understand. You can imagine a complicated report will be interpreted differently by different people. So let it be clear and also simple language that can be understood. Any other person? Let's see what are the other characteristics of a good report. What are the other characteristics of a good report? Okay, those are just a few, but remember there are many. A report that can be used to make informed decision, a report that can be used to make policies. You can imagine if a policy is based on a wrong report or inaccurate report, what will happen? If you are going to make a decision based on a report that is not timely, that is not accurate, that is not reliable, then what happens? James, you have said it should be organized. Mongai, you have added should be comprehensive, and so on. So we are saying here, a report should be accurate. Okay? So the accuracy of the data that you input is very, very important. You can imagine that you enter data of learners and you're saying the learners are 100. And maybe I've just left out a 0. The learners there are 1,000. A decision is made to distribute learning materials to those learners. You'll only get 100. A decision is made on providing maybe infrastructure to that school. And we're saying a school that has over 100 will get infrastructure. Your school, you have indicated 100. So you'll not get those resources. And that inaccurate data will lead to inaccurate decision making. Completeness of the data also is key. I think somebody mentioned about that as a good characteristic of a good report. A report should be complete, or the data therein need to be complete. Timeliness, we called it current, we called it time-bound, we called it, it has to be timely, and the timeless of the data entry also is very, very important, because even decision-making, it is time-bound. You're asking about enrollment. The enrollment you have at the end of the year and the enrollment you have at the start of the year is not the same, because there are learners that will exit that level. So the timeliness of the data entry is very key to give us the correct report to be used in making a decision. Consistency of the data provided is another characteristic, and even the mode of presentation of that data, this is what you have already mentioned as characteristics of a good report. So what we are saying in short is that the data accuracy is very important, the data integrity is very important, reliability, and so on, so that this data then is used to generate a report, and that report is used to make decisions. And if any of those levels, either the report is inaccurate or the data is not accurate, then the decision definitely is going to be inaccurate decision. So that is why we are saying it is important that we have a good report that can be used in making decisions. So once again, we'll guide you through that process. And this is very, very key, because at the end of the day, you will be left on your own to generate the report once the system is launched. And this is, we said we shall emphasize the areas that actually you'll be undertaking. Some we said this is the HOI, and we passed over that maybe quickly. Where we said this is where your role lies, we took our time. This is another area that is very key, because this is what you're going to do. This is what you're going to perform. We took the principals through this because even at their level, they're going to generate reports that will be used to make decisions at their level. At your level, this is very key, because you are going to generate reports that will help you in making decisions at your level. So at this point, I would like to invite my colleague, Elvis, who is going to take us through this practical session where we are going to navigate the system and guide you on how to access the various reports. But once again, I've said the skill that you'll acquire today is going to help you to access any other report once all the modules are there. So you get the skill, will access the few modules which are there, but once all the others are there, it's the same skill that is going to be applied across the board to be able to generate reports from all the modules that are going to be onboarded there. So Elvis, take over from there and guide the field officers through the process of report writing, report generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, good morning. My task is going to be simple. I'm going to show you how you're going to be able to see reports from your administrative point of view. So I'm going to share my screen. I will share my screen. Thank you. So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, my screen is displaying the dashboard of a county director of education. And this county director of education is for Nairobi. So just note that this is for demonstration purposes. And as you can see, immediately you log in and you look at the dashboard from an overview point of view. The CD of Nairobi or for any other county is able to get these figures at a glance. So he or she is able to know how many institutions are registered in Nairobi. And when I say institutions, I mean public and private institutions, because as it had been mentioned earlier, that all institutions of learning will be registered onto KEMI, and also you can see the pending application, the transfer appeals, and the total learners. So even from the dashboard, the CD is quickly presented with some figures that they can use to make decisions as they go along in their work. And down here, you can even see the distribution of institutions per sub-county. They can be able to even to look at how the institutions are distributed in the county. So on the left side of the screen, you'll see that there is a module called KEMI Reports, and that is what we're interested in. So this also allows a CDE to be able to quickly look at a glance that when they look at their county, and this is Nairobi County, when they click on institutions registered per county, the CDE of Nairobi County or any other county is able to pinpoint that in Nairobi County, they can even go further and check per sub-county what is the statistics per sub-county. And when they click on Westlands, for example, the CDE is able to see that in Westlands sub-county, he or she has 79 schools that have been registered under Westland sub-county. So this is what we are talking about, that these reports are actionable and these reports are able to make the CD's work easier. So the CD is able to quickly retrieve this work, and they even have the option of downloading this data in Excel or in PDF. So this allows the CD to be able to quickly check, even as far as taking the institutional telephone number. Because you see, we are going away from the idea that a CD will have to call a principal of a school, because a principal may be transferred from one school to another. However, you see, a CD is able to access the institution telephone number, and this enables them to quickly reach out to this school in case of anything. At the same time, the CD is able to have the statistics of these schools per sub-county. If I click on Dagoretti, you will see that I'm also able to click and know that in Dagoretti, the CD has 11 schools, and in Kasarani, he can see, or he or she can see, that they have 55 schools or 55 institutions of learning that have been registered under Nairobi County. Please note that this is only registration with regard to KEMI. For the other registration, as Director Lydia had mentioned, the other procedures are going to apply. So this is only with regard to KEMI. So you can see that the CD is quickly able to come up with these reports. When they keep on getting requests for information, the CD is no longer going to give you a call to generate this data for him or her. They are going to log into KEMI and they are going to check per sub-county what is the status of institutions per school. So this will make our work easier, ladies and gentlemen. At the same time, we are stressing that this information the quality of information will depend on the head of institution. So we are stressing that let us encourage our HOIs to always stress for having quality data, because this information is generated from the information that has been fed by the HOI. So at any given point, you will assume that this information that has been presented to me as the CDE is the true data at that given point. So for the Sub-County Director of Education, for the Sub-County Council, it is now a responsibility to ensure that even as we supervise the implementation of KEMIS in the institutions, let us stress for high quality data, data that is consistent, data that is accurate, as it has been mentioned, because it will now be feeding into their report showing these reports for each of the sub-county. So what else can the CDE see? The CDE can also be able to see learners per grade counting. So this means that at any given point, a CDE can be able to pinpoint in any sub-county, and they can also be able to check for any institution if they would like to look for a learner. A CDE has been given the ability to check in any learner. They can pinpoint. For example, I'm going to look at California Secondary School and I want to check for grade 10 learners. That is in Westland. This is just an example. So this means that the CDE also has the ability to check in each and every of this school a specific learner and in a specific grade. That allows him or her to be able to see the learners who are existing in these schools. So those are some of the views that the CDE is also given the ability to check. So this will mean that at any given point, if there is a case for a learner or a case that has been presented to a CDE, he or she can quickly go into the system and they can be able to check the learner in that specific sub-county, in that specific county, or in that specific grade. When I look at learners registered per county, I can also be able to check, for example, if I want to check for grade 10 learners who are male students registered in Nairobi, I can be able to get this data. So this will tell me that at any given point, as a CD, I know that in Nairobi County, I have 155 grade 10 learners. So this enables my work to be easy when I'm reporting, when I'm asked for reports. When my seniors ask me, how many learners do you have in Nairobi? I am quickly able to report this. And this is an accurate account of events because, as we had mentioned earlier, every learner must be accounted for onto KEMIS. Then finally, the CD can also be able to check. There could be sub-counties that have been registered onto KEMIS. There could be some schools that have put in their request to be considered for registration onto KEMIS. So the CDE can check. For example, in Westlands, the CDE can check how many schools are in Westlands. You can see we have 35 schools in Westlands that have been put for consideration for registration into KEMIS. And when he goes on the right to look at the status, the CD can be able to say, okay, this one is requiring my review. This other one, the council has not done the inspection. This one, the sub-county director has not done the review. So at any given point, the CD is able to pinpoint why a school has not been registered. And the CD is able to keep a sub-county council, a sub-county director of education accountable so that at any given point, the approval process for institutions does not stall. So the CD will, at any given point, will be able to pinpoint why a school has not been registered onto KEMIS. And they can be able to see if it is awaiting a sub-county director review. The CD can be quickly able to reach out to the sub-county director and find out why has this school, why has the inspection not done? And the sub-county director of education can now explain why this has not been done. So this allows for accountability at any given point, ladies and gentlemen, so that at any given point, as a field officer, you will be required to be accountable for your tasks on KEMIS. You have to be accountable for your tasks on KEMIS. So the CD will be able to oversee the whole county, but at the same time, the CD will hold you responsible if a task that has been delegated to you has not been done. So those are some of the abilities that the CD is able to see from a report point of view, And now I'm also going to log out. I want to show you what are some of the reports that a sub-county director of education will also be able to see. So I want to log in as a sub-county director of education, also to show you some of the reports they will be able to see. I want to log in as a Sub-County Director of Education. I have logged in as a Sub-County Director of Education for Langata, and you can see as a Sub-County Director of Education for Langata, I will only be able to see reports that appertain to my sub-county. So when I click on institutions registered per sub-county, I will only be able to see the institutions that are registered in Langata sub-county. So the same applies. I am able to see learners registered per sub-county. I'm also able to see for each, I'm able to see that, for example, in Langata sub-county, I have 10 Form 4 learners. So this also enables me as a sub-county director of education to be able to have this data at any given point so that when I'm asked, do you know how many learners are in Langata sub-county, or how many learners are in grade 10 in Langata sub-county, or what is the status, how many institutions do you have in Langata? You're able to quickly have this data and you can produce it at any given point. So this will make your work easier, even in terms of avoiding paperwork, that at any given point you have to do a head count, you have to sit down. You can easily log in and you can be able to get this data from KEMI. We have also introduced another one called number of orphan learners. In every school that you have, if learners are indicated that they are orphan, for example, you require this data for a specific purpose, for reporting purposes, you shall be able to also see that the number of orphan learners in another sub-county, this is data that you can easily generate, and so on and so forth, ladies and gentlemen. As this module is still expanding, we are still going to have a lot of reports which are going to be generated. We are going to be able to have several ways in which you can aggregate data, because I know at any given point there is a specific kind of data that you require for enhancing your work, and the chemist reports modules is going to be enhanced to ensure that even as a sub-county director of education or a sub-county council, you are able to retrieve the specific data that you require that will make your work easier onto KEMI. So I also want to log in as a sub-county council to show you some of the things that you will be able to see as a sub-county council in terms of reports. And this, as I've said, this is with regard to only your sub-county. So you will not be able to see another sub-county. You'll only be able to see your sub-county. So I want to log in right now as a sub-county council and show you some of the things that you shall be able to see as a sub-county council. And when I log in as a sub-county council, you can also be able to see, even at the dashboard, you're able to see the number of inspections done. Those are the ones that are supposed to be scheduled. Those are the ones under evaluation, etc., etc. And when I click on reports, the council is only be able to get a report of the schools that they have inspected so far. So this is a report that shows you the schools that have been inspected by the council and have been forwarded to the sub-county director with the sub-county council report for action. So this also, we are going to add more reports. I also know that the sub-county council may require more reports with regard to chemists, and these are also going to be added. So in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, the chemist platform allows us to be able to generate reports based on our activity, and you can see that at any given point, there is an audit trail. If a sub-county council claims that they did an inspection, the audit trail will clearly show for the record that the sub-county council was able to do an inspection. So this audit trail allows us to generate reports, and at the same time, we're able to be accountable, and at the same time, we're able to provide documentation for every step along the way. So I'm going to stop there, open the floor if you have any questions with regard to reports, chemist reports, before we continue. Thank you very much. Do you have any question? You can raise your hand or you can unmute with regard to reports, chemist reports. Do we have a question, a clarification? Do we have any? Do we understand how the reports are supposed to be done? You can also write for me in the chat that you have understood what will be required with regard to chemist reports, so that I know that I have been able to pass this information down. Write for me on the chat if you understand how KEMI's reports are going to work. I'm waiting for you on the chat to see. Yes, Mr. Hannington, thank you. Thank you for affirming that you have understood the KEMI's reports. Can you have more people telling me if they have understood what KEMI's report is and how it is going to make their work easier? Thank you, Mr. James. Excellent. Do we have any reaction? You have understood, Mr. Mungai. Thank you. Do you have any concern with regard to reports? You can also unmute and share your opinion or question or comment with regard to KEMI's reports. Easy to navigate. Thank you, Mr. John. Well understood. Thank you. Ndicho, thank you. So this is what we shall be using for our work to make our work easier. At any given point, if data is required, a report is going to be required. So KEMI's reports is there to make our work easier in terms of reports. We shall be able to generate reports, but at the same time, we are stressing that let us stress on quality. Let us stress on accuracy of data, because if the data is accurate, you'll have a good report. If the data is accurate, you shall have a good report. So thank you very much. Thank you for that. I will call my colleague, Director Lydia, to continue. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Elvis. Can we appreciate Mwalimu Elvis and Dr. Salome for taking us through the report? Can I see? So I think we have all learned the importance of the user management this morning, how important it is for you to understand how to assign roles to other people. One of the things that you must be careful about is that when you're assigning the roles, you must use you must use someone else's email, their emails. Either you create your many emails and give each one, or you remember to deactivate the emails immediately that person is no longer accessing the platform. Remember, the responsibility is yours. So whoever you assign, you must remember that either they are continuing to work in and you are supervising, or you'll deactivate them. So make sure you're in control of the system. The user management gives you veto power as far as your dashboard is concerned. If any information would leak out from your dashboard, you are responsible for it. The other thing, the password you create for your dashboard, you must be remembering it. Let us not have the issues we had in NEMIS, that I forgot password. How come you never forget the password of the ATM? Ama ya M-Pesa? So make sure you do not forget this. This password can take all of us to jail. Don't joke. It is as serious as those others. So the minute you have your dashboard, do not share your password, create roles for others, and be in control. You can either create emails and give them out, or you create emails with their own, but you must remember to deactivate and to always go into the system and finding out whether they did what you told them to do or they went beyond. And we are telling the principals of senior school that if they allow just anybody into the system of the school, someone may get inside and delete all the learners. And then they'll start saying, as we were saying in NEMIS removed learners. No, it is a human being who does it. So wakikosana na mwalimu fulani hapo, that mwalimu has access. You can tell me what they can do on that dashboard. And the responsibility is for the HOI. Just like it is ourselves here, we want to ask the ICT to come in. Remember we said ICT are interns. So we have little control over them. Within no time, they will go away and they can come inside the system and do proper damage to your system. So be very careful about the user. The user management is critical. The minute you set a password, one, keep it safe. Do not pin it on your wall. Do not give it to your secretary. Because all of us here, when you go to even to the principal, just like the principals, we have a lot of, we need secretaries to organize us. Let us not, because we do not share the ATM with the secretary, let us not also share this password. Create a role, create a need for her. Create, the way you have been told how to create a platform, create one for her. So that she's working from her side and you're observing what she's doing. Anybody who needs to get into the system, just use your powers to create other users in the system. That is what I would tell you. The second one about the reports. Always ensure you are counter-checking the reports that are coming from the school. Don't just pass reports because they're in the system. Just find out, are they accurate? The data collector can collect whatever they want, but you are the verifier, the validator. So you need to check in every school, because on your dashboard, you realize you can be able to access every school's enrollment, for example. So before you call the school, go to the system, find out how many grade 10 are there, and then call the school to confirm whether there is one child they have left out, or it is correct, or what. Before you call them, get the data so that you can call them having some information. Do the background. Quality assurance officers, before you go to any school, go to that school's account and find out what it is. How is that school? The form that the school uploaded about itself, get to it and find out about that school. Don't go to school blank. And when you get to school is when you're asking questions, and yet you could have gotten all this information. You're going to school to confirm what is in the system, whether that is what it is. And in particular, when it comes to even the location of the school, remember, you can be able to get the location of the school from the form that the teacher uploaded. The other thing, the report that is being uploaded by the CASO must be PDF'd for it to be on the platform. However, that is also because we don't want anyone to, for example, change anything in it. Whoever may access it, we don't know. There are many people who are using KEMIs, not only the bosses. So we wanted PDF so that that particular officer who wrote it can own it from the beginning to the end. And the minute that report is uploaded on KEMIs, it appears on two dashboards, on the dashboard of the sub-county director and on the dashboard of the CDE. And each one of them can be able to access it and even download it. So the CASOs who are here must ensure, plus the auditors, the school auditors. You're the ones who collect a lot of data in the school. Ensure you collect the correct data. And because of the Data Protection Act, always remember to destroy all the materials you got from school after you have finished using it, so that it does not land on the wrong hands, and then you'll be in trouble again. So right now, because we have gone through how to derive reports, if you're comfortable with both user management and report generation, may I see with a thumbs up if you're very, very, very confident that you can actually do this? Show me with a thumbs up. If you're not, raise up your hand, we see you. So if you know you're comfortable, if the thank you, Huntington, yes, thank you. Let me see others, Kathambi, great. I want to see who is not, I want to, Abdullahi, Kathambi, Lukiri, are you, Lukiri Musa Musalama? Are you comfortable? Nzinga, nataka kuona watu wote wakisema wanaweza. Because there is no question, there is no one raising a hand. Meaning we have done our work. And now, if we are comfortable with both user management and also we can be able to guide schools. I'm going to give you a poll within on the confidence levels that you can be able to guide a school. You can be able to guide a school. So give me a minute, I formulate that poll. I want to really see whether you have understood my learning. So give me a few minutes. I give you some homework. I see how far we are as. I'm going to give you a small quiz. Just wait. Give me a few minutes. I want to know how confident are you? How confident are you in this system? So give me a minute. I send it to the chat in the chat box. Someone there has told me they have understood. Thank you, Mungai. But I want to give you a small quiz. So in a minute, go to the chat box. When you go to that chat box, I want you to rate your confidence level on what the question is about. When you go to the chat box, in a minute, I want you to rate your confidence level in supporting schools, in registering the schools, and also in boarding learners. What is your confidence level? That is what I want to know. At a scale of 1 to 5, where 5 is the highest. So when you go there, you do it. In a minute is coming in the chat box. But that would be the question. What is your confidence level? And that's very important for us to know. Go to the chat box. Go to the chat box, and it has been sent there by Justin. And I want to see the 20 of you, 20 something. Everybody, I want you to see that poll. I want to see the poll. I want you to, yes, I want you to click on the right one. So it is telling you on a scale of 1 to 5, where 5 is the highest, how confident are you in supporting schools to register and onboard learners into KEMI system? It is a Mentimeter. So I want you to choose what is appropriate for you. They're not arranged in any order. I'm seeing 5 is in the middle. Where is it? Yeah, 5 should have been on the top. Oh. Okay, just make sure you click on the one that matters to you, the one that is talking about you. I want you to rate yourself. No, I want Ronan Bogo. I don't want you to write there. I want you to go to the Mentimeter. Mentimeter, Madina Guyo. I do not want to know understood. Right now, I want you to go and click either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I do not want you to, Ronan Bogo. I'm saying at this hour, how confident are you that you can guide a school to be able to register on NEMIS and even onboard learners on NEMIS? Bogo, you said yours is 3, but I want this poll to be there. I don't want you to write on the chat box. This one haina kuandika kwa chat box. Just click on the link. The link is there, Madina and Bogo. Click on the link and choose one. How many people? I am following. How many people? Barnett Walema, have you done it? My friend, Walema?
Yes, madam.
I must keep asking the ones I know. Kavambi?
I've done it.
Abdullahi Mathe? Abdullahi? Abdullahi ameenda wapi? Maweo, you know, there are people I want to see. I want to see you people are doing it.
Yes, madam.
You have done it?
Yes, I've done it.
I have Mogai Kenothi, have you done it?
Yes, I've done it.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll call all of you. Huntington, have you done it?
I have done it.
Already done.
Thank you. Now let us see the scores and make sure we can see. Many of you. There is nobody who is at 5. Hakuna mtu ako most confident. Mimi nataka most confident. Anyway, I can see that you're doing well. How many? I have only 4 has. Hey, only 4. 19 have joined. What are you waiting for? Only 4. I'm waiting for. What is happening? All those people who have told me they have done it, kwani haionekani hapa. I'm waiting. Ebu refresh. Refresh. They have said many of them have done it, and I'm not.
Can we do it again? Because I've sent mine and
do
you're
it again.
saying.
You can do it again.
Let me.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yes. Yes. Do it again. I want to see these bars, Meja. siwaachili. Tuko mimi na nyinyi. Jazeni, wacha nione. Aha, go on. I'm waiting for over 20 people. Sitachoka. Tukae hapa mpaka tuone ni watu wangapi. Where are we? So that we can know what will our report look like. Kuna mtu hata ako naona. Let's go on. That I like that. I'm like the most confident. Like you can be able to support a school when they are not able to register and they're not able to onboard learners. You can be able to tell them, go here, there. You can even go to their school and help them and tell them, open the browser. Remember, you are the person now, you are the teacher. From now on, you are the teacher. When the chemist life comes, ensure you have the prerequisite skill. You yourself as a person, do not say ati kitu ya ministry, ati hizi vitu za watoto. We, utajua ujui. Hakuna vitu ya watoto hapa. Internet now became ours. If we are training through it, see, it is for all of us. And imagine you can even do this training we have done with you for all your schools. After KEMI is live, you can actually do a demo. You can call everybody and tell them, log in. Wakumbushe, you give them a refresher. That is where we want it to reach. We do not want schools no better than the sub-county. No, or more than the CDE. 13 people, I'm still waiting. I'm talking like that, waiting for Madina Guyo to vote. Madina, talk to me. Have you voted? Have you? Benta, have you voted? Benta Uor, have you voted? Peter Akumo?
I have voted. I've even done it twice.
Good. Beth Maina, have you voted? Beth, are you still there? Okay, here there is a name I'll try to say. I hope I'll not destroy the name when saying it. Is Nesfore Mugana. Nesfore, have you done it? I hope that's how you pronounce it. Mugana, have you done it? Lukiri, have you done it? So at least we can be able to, please vote. It feels good to do this homework. Just do it. I know others wametuwekea hapa majina na hawako hapa, walienda China hawakurudi. I can see them. Anyway, thank you very much for this poll. Thank you for your confidence levels. We can see that most people are at 4, which is good, which is confident. And then we have at 5, most confident. 3 is partially confident. At least there is no one at 1. And no one at 2, a few people. I don't know whether it can show me how many there are. Can it show you how many there are, the people who have voted 2? Is it possible? So, having said that, can it give you a pie chart or something? But this is the best way it can. But this is good. This is good. We can say most people have confidence that they can be, and therefore we are very happy because we know that we have achieved our objective. We have achieved our objective. This is the how much to check on whether we have achieved our objective. So I think you can stop sharing and I can move on. so that we complete this work before long. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate even Bogo saying 3. I hope you've voted. If you didn't, we can be able to pick it from here. So for us to go to the last presentation, I'm going to invite Martin, and Martin is going to take us through a short, brief presentation, and then we'll come back here and do our final wrap up of this training. Martin,
okay, thank you, Lydia. Thank you, colleagues. We are moving on almost towards the last end of our 3-day training, at the same time sensitization of field officers on KEMIs. A lot has been said, a lot has been discussed, and finally, we want to just mention a few things about issues of data and data validation, which is the key function of your office. Remember, we are validating the data because of two things. One, we want to promote data integrity. We want to promote data accuracy. And the data which has been captured by the principals and the ends of institutions, you need to validate it. Basically, that is what we are saying, that you need to validate that data. You need to be sure that when a principal says he has got 300 students, then those 300 students are in school. When a principal says that in the application, that is the GPRS or the longitude and the latitude for the school, it is actually for that particular school. Because if it is different from where the school is located, then those are two different schools. If a principal says that the name of the school is DEB, Machakos Primary School, it is DEB as it is in the school registration certificate. The certificate reads DEB Machakos Primary School. So it is not Machakos DEB Primary School. If the certificate reads Kikuyu ACK Primary School, not ACK Primary School, Kikuyu. So it needs to be as it is in the registration form. I know in a number of our sub-counties, the Catholic-sponsored schools have actually, I think there was a decision by the education committee, they have brought in some small changes in their names. But we are emphasizing that the name which is on the registration certificate, that is what should be the name on KEMIs. For the quality assurance officers who are present here with us, you know the particular of a school, name is a particular of a school. Even where the school is located, it is a particular of a school. It's a detail of a school that identifies that school. And you find in some cases, you find a school may change location, but the location is not captured in the details of the school. So you find a school was there, maybe there were issues of small land, and it has moved to another location. Normally we omit that as quality assurance officers to update the details of the school, but that needs to be done. Because remember, when you go for registration of the school for operations, you remember there's a place you capture the land ownership document details. So that needs to be revised and then to reflect the particulars of that school. Either it changes location, either it changes the name, either it changes the gender. It was a mixed secondary school, but over time the boys were phased out, and now it is Embu, a mixed secondary school on paper, but physically the girls are in school. But the principal there and the BOM says ours is now Embu girls, but the certificate does not read so. So for you as the sub-county director, as the quality assurance officer, you have to advise those particular schools that then an assessment needs to be done so that the name is changed procedurally, as all of you know what needs to be done. So validation is a key function to ensure data accuracy by identifying and correcting errors using standard procedures. We're going to see a few of these issues coming. As we do the validation of the data, ethical and professional handling of this data is very important. When we talk about ethics, is the issue of sincerity, the issue of honesty, you know all that. And to some extent, or in some cases, we find that some of the principles, some of the ends of institution may, I'm not saying they will, some of them may try to be insincere with the data they're capturing in school. So it is your business to verify the data that is coming from our schools. And I think our discussion this afternoon fits well with the discussions that is in the public domain in this country about ghost schools, about ghost learners. Is something that is the public domain. And as I mentioned, I think on Thursday when we were starting, we have seen some of the sub-county directors required to explain why that data came through them. They approved that data and the data was not correct. So ladies and gentlemen, before you either stamp that letter, before you forward that data, kindly do your due diligence, because things may happen, issues may come up, and then you find you are held responsible. You are held accountable for data that you never generated, but for data that you just says, yes, this is approved, this is forwarded by the sub-county director for QSO or Sekuru or whichever other sub-county. So kindly make sure that you validate the data that we have or that we are getting from the schools. So what are some of the errors that you may find coming from our schools? What are some of the types of errors that may come over from our schools? Or what have you experienced as a sub-county director, as a quality assurance officer, on some of the errors that you can tell us that as we receive this data, then watch out on some of these errors. What are some of the errors that you may have found out during your administration work? You can unmute or you can share on the chat. What are some of those errors that may come over from the schools? Yeah, what are some of those errors? I'm waiting for the errors, or somebody can unmute and speak. What are some of the errors? Annington, Harriet, Kadambi, what are some of the errors that may come from the schools? Yeah, what are some of the errors?
Incomplete learner records.
Yeah, thank you, Walema. Incomplete, such as, to give an example, Walema?
For example, maybe their assessment numbers are missing or their birth certificate numbers are missing.
Okay, thank you. Assessment number missing, birth certificate number missing. Thank you, Madam Walema. Okay, thank you for that. Somebody else? What is that error? We are mentioning this so that all of us are worried about these some of the common errors that you may find coming from schools. What is the other error, Mr. Mungai?
Errors on gender of the learners.
Good. Thank you very much. And that is very, very common. And you know, this gender of the learners has also affected even candidature. Previously at KCPE, you had that a boy had placed in a girls' school. When we look at the records from Kenya National Examinations Council, the boy is, the indicated gender is female. So the boy is placed in a girls' school, whereas that is an error. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mungai. Nzinga is saying inflated enrollment. And that is the main challenge that we have in the data that comes from our schools. Inflated enrollment. And since the principals, end of institutions, they know that enrollment means capitation, then that is what you need to worry about as directors at the sub-county level, inflated enrollment. And the flip side of that, again, also it is an error whereby we have low, the number of the students that has been captured is lower than what is actually in the school. Physically, we have got 600 children in a school, but what is in the system is 500. That is also an error. So these are some of the things, and thank you, Zinga, for bringing that. These are some of the things that you need to look out for. Type of school. Some are present as public, yet private to attract resources from government. Yeah, type of school. All mixed, boys, girls, public, private. And when Mr. Nzinga, and allow me to say this. So when you say that school is private, is public in your sub-county, and then somehow it attracts resources, then it will be insinuated that Nzinga is a shareholder in that school. And some of the time the repercussions are unbearable. So kindly confirm that. Of course, the school category, I think that one you mentioned. Thank you, Muriuki. Anything else that you feel could be part of the error? Yes, Benta?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me. Yes, I think at times we may have error on disability, the type of disability in a learner.
Yes.
Maybe a learner has a visual impairment and indicated. Maybe a learner that may need enlarged script, that disability is not indicated.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Benta. And I'm seeing a lot. Benjamin is saying long spelling. I think it is spelling. He has also done a wrong spelling of the learner names. These are the names, the name of the school, as we were saying, ACK Machakos Primary School, not Machakos, ACK Primary School. The name of the school, the category of the school, the name of the learner, the gender. These are the errors that come. Duplications, you can see on the slide, long spelling of the learner's name. Thank you, Benjamin. So we see duplications, we see also omissions, error in the assessment number, because the assessment numbers, they have got similar number of digits, but instead of 9, they put 6. All these issues, omissions of learners' names or details, misspellings will be there, incorrect coding, mismatched totals. If we are talking about the total number of boys, the total number of girls in the school, you may find that the totals are maybe flipped. You have the totals for boys instead of the totals for girls, wrong email addresses, invalid values, inconsistent data, and obsolete information, and many more. So the reason why we're bringing this to your attention, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the questions as the principal comes or you interact with them. These are some of the areas that you need to flag out so that you're able to guide the principals. Impress on them, make sure that your data does not have any omissions, that the totals are correctly done, the names of the schools are well spelled, and the like. So moving forward, it is going to look at that so that you are able to make sure that everything is correct about the school. And the school details, Andrew is saying the names, the telephone number, the UIC, or now in our case, the school registration number, because the schools will have registration numbers, the location in terms of GPS, in terms of the county and the sub-counties. Yeah, so those are some of the things that you need to watch out for. So for any records that come from our schools, make sure, and I repeat again, underlining and bolding, make sure that you interrogate those reports properly. You may find also, you may log in, and not necessarily on paper, but you may log in the system and you realize that a certain school, the numbers have increased all of a sudden because you're able to generate a report on the trends of a school for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. And you find maybe the numbers are going down or the numbers are all of a sudden increased. And there is no proper explanation of a demographic dynamic where the school is located, whether the population have moved whether there was an industry somewhere, it has closed down, whether there is some landslide somewhere, the people have moved, but all of a sudden you find that the school has got over 100 students who have come in January. Then those are red flags that you need to interrogate those numbers again. And you will find that the students that come to a particular school across your sub-counties or across the counties, you may find a school has got a trend for the last 3-4 years that the students who come in maybe across that 1 year, they may be 5, they may be 6. But a certain year, all of a sudden you find that students coming in. So those are areas that you need to watch out for. Thank you, Bwana Cyrus Chege is asking. Mine is a question. Where do we include the ones who dropped out when giving the enrollment? The issue of dropping out, I would like to answer it with another question. When does a student, or when is a student categorized as having dropped out? After how long in terms of absence? Is it 1 term? Is it 3 weeks? Is it 1 month? Is it 1 year? When is that student classified as a student who has dropped out? I'm putting that one across, responding to what Mr. Chege has put there. Anybody who can try, you can unmute and speak. This is an engagement. When can we say that a student has dropped out? Yes. Yeah, we need to hear when is a student. Aliet Odicho, when is a student Abdullahi, when is a student categorized as having dropped out of school? Abdullahi? Anybody who has an answer? Kadambi, where are you? Jacob Okome from Literachuonyo. Yes, somebody? Somebody is unmuted. Who is that? Yes, somebody. Madeka, Miriam, Mugana. Yeah. So you remember what we said the other day, the issue of the student dropping out. These are issues that needs to be raised by the schools. And it is something also that we need to, in our system, we need to capture, provide for that, for a student, for a provision for the system to capture where or when those students that have dropped out of school. But that is something that needs to be raised actually within the system. And in a large extent, we need to do even a formal reporting from the school that this student has been out of school, not seen, so that the school ceases to receive any resources, instructional resources for that particular school. So we want to move on. Still, remember we are talking about validation, and what we are talking about is validation of the data that is coming from our school. So as we do, or as we put in our records, and as we have these records on KEMIs, there are a few things that we would like to make sure that you have at the back of your mind. One is the accuracy and reliability of the data over time. And this is very important for us, that the data that is coming from our school, it needs to be accurate, it needs to be reliable. And reliable in the sense that if that data is given by the end of institution, you go to that school as the sub-county director, you get the same data. The KNBS, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, if they go to that school, they'll get the same data. So it needs to be reliable. And when, for example, sub-county director, you go to a school, you find a particular number of students, and KNBS goes to the same school and finds a different number of students, then there's a challenge there. So the data needs to be reliable, whether it is in January, whether it is in December, that data needs to be reliable. The records needs to be reliable. The records also needs to display, as I think I mentioned earlier, the bit of being traceable. We can trace the record. We are able to check on the trends, and we can audit the trail. Remember I said erratic enrollments, erratic transfers, erratic student population increment. Those are issues that you need to look out for. The data needs to be consistent. I mentioned again, the data needs to be consistent, because in a certain school in the year 2025, we had, let's say, for example, 300 students, whereby we had 100 girls and 200 boys. So in the subsequent years, you find that the numbers have changed. So the data ceases to be consistent. So you have to make sure that the data, there's a trend, the record shows some consistency of data. Not having 100 girls in 2024, and then when you come to 2025, you find them getting to 150. There's no way we can have those girls come in those big numbers. So you find inconsistency in data, or the bit of reporting. 100 girls in first term, like now first term February ending. Then you get to second term, instead of 100 girls, you find they have gotten to 150. You know, that data is not consistent. So we need to check on our records. As the sub-county directors and officers, we look at the consistency of that data. So again, as the officers, we need to look at how do you support verification? How do you validate the data that is coming from a school? And the records will support us on that. The records are able to assist us to verify and even to validate. But we need to impress on the school principals and ends of institutions, who are the primary entry point of data, where we capture data. Remember, the saying has always been garbage in, garbage out. So you need to ensure that that part is very important. Even for them, they need to verify the data at the school level and impress on them to have that data validated and verified at the school level before it leaves the school. And finally, the reports that we have on KEMIs, they help to make the data visible and understandable. Remember, we have been taken through the dashboard, through the reporting. You're able to see the trends within your county, within your sub-county, how many boys are in the county, how many girls in this county, how many transfer cases that you have in the county, how many schools do you have in the county. You know, all this is data that is given by our reports. It is visible. It makes it easier for all of us to understand. I don't know whether there's a comment. If there's a comment, you can draw it there so that we can discuss. We have a case here, which is a common, which is now what is happening. A county, and allow me to say as a county, reported enrollment data for a junior school, but it was later found to be inflated. Discuss the implications. A sub-county reported enrollment data of a junior school, but it was later found to be inflated. Discuss the implications. What are the implications? Benta, what are the implications of that to a sub-county director or to all of us? What does that imply? Benta, not only Benta, I have a list of officers here. Yes, what are the implications? Abdullahi, Mati, Abdullahi, Bwana Mahweu, Beth Maina, Beth, Today you are quiet.
Okay, that's Bwana Martin. So
Yeah,
in case
thank you, Andrew.
in case the school is found to have inflated its enrollment and they have received capitation based on the same, there is bound to be recovery measures instituted. The head teacher or the principal will be bound to bear the cost of recovery of the same. And maybe the same could be cascaded to, or must be done to the CD and the officers in the field for maybe not getting to know the exact data, for allowing such wrong data to have been submitted to the headquarters. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. Yeah, and I think that is where we are finding ourselves at the moment. And the implications are sometimes unbearable, especially like our colleagues now. Sub-county director reported enrollment in a primary school, for example, but verification of that data shows a different picture. So one is that now resources, the government resources that have been sent to the school, that have gone to the school, whereas we don't have students who are directly benefiting. So you see now that becomes misappropriation. So recovery, yes, but what does it mean to these officers and even to the principal? I'm seeing, thank you, Andrew, for that. I'm seeing another comment here from mine is a question, where do we include, no, I think Andrew looked at that. There's another question here. Misdemeanor and officers taken culpable, professional failure. Yeah, professional failure. And that's the reason why we are impressing on you, ladies and gentlemen. Please verify that. What is the other, any other? Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Betsy, Maina. Anything else? Mongai, what are you saying about this? Wana Mongai? Benta? Abdullah?
To the government, it is a loss of resources because these resources are misdirected where they are not supposed to be directed.
Mm-hmm. So what are the implications?
Resource mismatch, resource allocation mismatch.
Yeah, resource allocation mismatch. And also, I'd like to note, show cause why, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that show cause why action should not be taken against.
They should
For
be
failure to
taken against
disclose.
It's supposed to be taken to
the head teacher.
Na wewe kwa sababu umeshuhudia, wewe umesema hiyo iko sawa. Sasa what happens to you? I'm not asking Mr. Mungai, but I'm asking the office. You get what I'm asking? Yes, the teacher has inflated at the school level and then passes through you as a sub-county director, Mr. Mungai, of course, with Manda Mwalema, and you put a rubber stamp there, unasema forwarded, and then Bandai tunashika. What happens now? Are you getting where we are in a fix, colleagues? It is not. So what we are saying is don't be very quick to just forward, because again, let us come to our desk and we just do forwarding. We need to interrogate that data. That data, it is very important. So, and you know, the principals, the end of institutions will know that Mr. Mungai is very keen on any data, just a minute, on any data that comes from the school. So they will be keen when they're submitting the data. Yes, there's somebody who wants to make a comment, please. Go on.
Martin.
Yes,
Martin, this is on.
it.
I have a concern because the data is first generated by the HOI. Yours is to forward or to approve. And these schools are several. And you can't go to each to count head count. So I think the HOI should be warned that any data, I mean, the source of the data, that person should receive punishment for giving wrong data, because it is impossible for the sub-county director to go around all the schools counting, doing an head count, and the population keeps changing each day.
Okay. So thank you, Aliet, for that. Yes, it is true. But using your own ways as an administrator, you need to have a way of verifying this data. You need to, because the question is this, I'm saying Aliet, and of course all of us, is what are you forwarding? What are you forwarding? You know, that's the question at the end of the day, we will be asked at one time in case of what we are finding on our slide here. As a sub-county director of education, as a CDE, what were you forwarding? You get because once you forward, you are saying yes, authenticating the data that has come from the school. So if you are confirming the data that has come from the school is true, because that is what it means when you forward that letter, or you forward that letter with the details, then then the system will also hold you accountable. You know, that is what we are talking about. That as a sub-county director, with all due respect to your comments, Alit, we have a responsibility of making sure that we verify or validate this data. We need to, in one way or the other. Because if we allow it that way, then the error that you have found in the previous MECs or education management information systems, this error will come to us. So please, as much as the schools are many, make sure that you have a way of verifying that data which is coming from our schools. And then again, impress on the principals that they will be held personally responsible of any data they capture in the school, which is not true, a true reflection of the enrollment at that school. But again, we are putting it across to us. Please, let's be vigilant. Let's be keen on the data that is coming from the schools to our offices to forward transmission. Please let us make sure the repercussions are unbearable. And for you, you may have done it without actually any strings attached, but you find that the repercussions are unbearable. So please take it upon yourself, do your own homework, and see how you can verify the data that is coming from our schools. Very important. Any other comment in the chat? No, I'm not seeing anything. So we can see the implications there. I don't want to repeat those implications. We can move on. We can move on because here we don't have over deployment of teachers, over funding, and so on and so forth. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we finish this, this discussion could not have come at any other appropriate time. It could have come in now. And as we part this afternoon, we want to impress on you that you have a responsibility to verify and validate this data. Sometimes it may become difficult. You have to go an extra mile, an extra commitment, so that you have this data verified. But we thought it is important we share with you the need for you to verify data. Let's just not forward. Let's be very keen on what is happening with the data that is coming from our schools. So I don't know any other comment that we may have. Yeah, I'm seeing wasted funds. Yeah, that I think I mentioned that from Madam Walema, oversupply of food rations that encourage theft. Yeah, you know. And I think this issue of numbers changing depending on the reason the data is being asked or requested for, eventually it is going to change because everything will be on the system. Whether it is a supply of food, Bonanzinga, whether it's a supply of instructional materials, whether it's supply of sanitary towels to the girls in our schools, that data will be the same. But the situation that we have earned is that the data keeps fluctuating based on the reason why that data is being asked for and who is asking for that data. This system will be able to eradicate some of those errors that have come from our schools. Thank you. Any other comment as we finish? Any other comment? I want to finish. Okay. I think so far so good. And I want to say thank you for that without mentioning that one to you. And from my end, because I'll not speak again after I hand over to Lydia, is to appreciate you, to thank you most sincerely for being with us and engaging. We will be engaging again in this KEMIs sometime, possibly in future, the near future, or any other assignments that you find us engaged in from the ministry. I want to thank you very much and wish you a nice Saturday afternoon and also a nice weekend. Back to Lydia.
Thank you, Martin. Makofi kwa wapi ya Martin? Mwalimu Martin amewafunza vizuri. And you have raised many issues. Thank you very much. Appreciate Mwalimu, appreciate him. Appreciate him, everyone. Thank you very much. We are at the tail end. And for us to go to the next activity and the next session, which is our last, I would want to ask whether there is a CDE amongst us. Is there any County Director of Education amongst us? Anyone who is a County Director? I would like to give him a chance to say something. Do we have any CDE amongst us? Do you have any CDE? If you do not have a CDE, I'll ask a sub-county director to speak on behalf of everyone as closing remarks. I'm going to ask who is going to speak on behalf of everyone. Kathambi, are you a sub-county director?
No, I'm not a sub-county director.
Who is your sub-county director?
My sub-county director is Mr. Kireka.
He's not here, right? I want a sub-county director to speak on behalf of everyone. Who is the sub-county director? Benjamin? Benjamin, can you speak on behalf?
Madam, I'm in a matatu. I can't talk.
Oh, you're in a matatu? Okay, let me not bother you. Can I have another person? James Muriuki? James Muriuki, speak on behalf of others. Give the closing remarks on behalf of the participants. If you can hear me, Muriuki, James. Go ahead. I think you have unmuted, Mr. Muriuki. You can go ahead if you can hear me. Okay, I cannot hear Mr. Muriuki. Mary, okay, and there is a link that has been sent as we are doing this. Mary, you can speak to us. Who is going to speak for us? Okay, let me call Walema. Walema, please speak on behalf of the participants.
Thank you, Madam Lydia.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Lydia. And we want to say thank you for this training. It has actually given us more knowledge to go and work in our different stations and in our different capacities, and even to support our schools so that we are able to ensure that our learners or the students that come to us are able to reach their full potential while they are under our wings. For our facilitators, we say thank you All of you have been good to us. You have been understanding to all of us. You have answered our questions, and we are sure that in the event we are hard up somewhere, you will be available to assist each one of us. Otherwise, the rest of us, let's keep in communication so that we assist one another and support the Kenyan child. Thank you so much for this exercise. Thank you so much for this training, and we hope for many more so that our learners are supported. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you, Bernard. Asante sana. Thank you, all of you. On behalf of all the facilitators, I want to thank you very much for being here, and in particular today, which is a weekend. I want to thank each and every one of us. May we all continue supporting the Kenyan child. The last thing we're going to hear is that we want to play the closing remarks by the KEMI CEO. But before the KEMI CEO speaks to us, can you be able to unmute your video? Can you open your window? We see you now. Can you open your windows, everyone, including my colleagues, so that you can see everybody's face? Yes, Miriam Matheka, I can see you. Open the window, fungua dirisha. Huntington, Mercy, Benta War, Matheka. Unaona sasa naona watu. Abu fungueni madirisha. Bernard, I'm waiting for you, my friend. Fungueni dirisha, usiogope unless uko mahali huwezi. Unajua kama nani Hasid ako kwa matatu, watu wanaweza shangaa nini inaendelea. Where is everybody else? Where is everybody else? Let us see. Musila, I can see you. Benta, I see you. Huntington, I see you. Andrew Maweu, nakuona. Nakuona kabisa. You take a photo? Oh, allow. Okay. So who is not putting their photos here? Can we wave? You can see that. Really, this was a beautiful class, Asanteni sana. Naona Bwana Mungai na kuona hapo. Nawaona Madina Guyo na kuona pale. Musila, Matheka Miriam. Asanteni sana. Benjamin Mauko na kuona kabisa. Andrew Maweu, Huntington, nawaona kabisa na hao wengine wote. So thank you very much for being with us and persevering. Let me call it persevering a Saturday morning. Asante sana. Now, Beth Maina sikukuona hapa, hujafungua dirisha kwa nini? Beth, on set. Amesema on set. Okay, thank you very much. So what I need us to do is go to the chat box and fill in our forms. Once you have filled that form, I want you to write there, done. Once you have filled that form, you go to the facilitator's evaluation form and the end of the course. There are two. One is called facilitator's evaluation. The other one is called end of course evaluation form. Forms ni mbili, ujaze zote. Ukimaliza uandike hapo done, ndio tufunge mkutano. Beth, I see you, I hear you. So I'm waiting for done. Ujaze, uniambie umefanya. For these 2 minutes, I'm waiting so that we complete right before lunch. We want to finish exactly at 1. So if you fill for me the form, na uniandikie hapo done, I'll be so grateful. So jaza evaluation form iko kwa chat box. And a chat box, jaza for us the evaluation form. And there are 2 of them, the facilitator's evaluation and also the end of course evaluation. Very important for us. Sijaona done hata moja. Ama ndio mnafanya haya, tunapatia dakika 2. for me. If you have finished, please write there done in the chat box so that I can know that you have done it. Very important. So that I can earn lunch and you can earn your lunch also. Have you seen the links? If you can see the link, please show me you can see the link. So I'm waiting. Hakuna hata mtu mmoja ama ni mimi sioni? Watu wangu, si tumalize, tuandike pale, we do the evaluation. Ama they are too long. Dan Hannington, asante. Aha, wacha nione mwingine. Tafadhali, we need to evaluate this course. If we do not, we will not have done our final job. So malizeni haraka tu. I'm waiting for you. Dan, thank you. I'm waiting for three more. Asanteni sana. Thank you. Let's go on. So now we want to play the final message from KEMI CEO. Let's listen in.
To our county directors of education, sub-county directors of education, quality assurance and standards officers, schools auditors, and all education officers who have participated in this important online training for Kenya Education Management Information System. I feel heavily indebted to say thank you for you have taken your time to participate in this great endeavor for the good of our children. I am more than glad to attend the closure of this training workshop. Indeed, it has been a journey of 3 days, a journey of practical engagement, a journey of sharing with one another, a journey of visiting the scenarios in our institutions of learning as you engaged with one another and with facilitators throughout the 3 days. I am more than inspired to participate in this closing workshop because I was participating in this program in your background. I trust you may not understand, but I was there with you, sharing and learning together with you as you are carrying on with this important training for the last 3 days. I do appreciate the skills that have been transferred throughout these 3 days. These skills will inform on building a lasting data management system for our sector. And as our key players in the sector, we trust that our heads of institution will immensely experience the beauty of KEMIs, because KEMIs will be the one-stop point for data management for our sector. It will enable our institutions of learning to provide quality, accurate, and informed data for government decision making. And we of course trust that as you walk with them through the journey, you will engage with one another as you support our heads of institution to build quality data for the Ministry of Education. In our engagement with you and with our heads of institution and with one another within the space, we trust that we will play our roles and provide the best for our ministry and place our ministry at the top in matters performance. Ladies and gentlemen, you are graduating today, and we shall award you with your certificates. This certificate is a testament that you effectively participated in this process. And from time to time, we know that we shall be calling upon you to walk with us the journey, to support for us our heads of institution whenever there is need. So please be available, be proactive, work with everybody in this very space in matters quality data management. In my view, colleagues, it has been a long journey. This is the best decision that our ministry put forward for us, and we must run away with it and do the best as the actors in this sector. I trust you all, and I believe you've done it well with the facilitators, and what remains for us basically is to carry out the supervisory tasks which is ahead of us in matters supporting our heads of institution. I do believe it will be well with us, and finally, we shall celebrate together when our sector will be shining and providing quality data and making informed decisions for the benefit of our children. Having made the remarks, ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore my pleasure to officially close this important training workshop.
Let us appreciate the CEO for his remarks, even as we close. And as we say, kwaheri ya kuonana next time. And we appreciate you. Bye-bye till next time. God bless you. But we cannot go without prayers. Who is the last who will pray for us? Closing prayers. Closing prayers. Can someone pray for us? Closing prayers. Who will pray? Benta, pray. Benta War, kindly pray for us. Unmute. I think Benta is not able to unmute. Who is that?
I'm
Okay,
praying.
go on. Okay, go on.
Thank you, Lord. Yes, thank you, Lord, for the day. Thank you for our lives. I want to thank you for the training that we've had. Bless us, Lord, and let us put it into action in what we have been taken through as we proceed with our programs. May your will be done. In Jesus' name I pray.
Amen.
Amen.
Bye
Amen.
bye. Amen. Na kwaherini kabisa. Tuonane next time.
Amen. Bye.
Unmute and say kwaheri.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.